Hello? Okay, we're 9 minutes after, so I'm going to go ahead and get started with the announcements. They have about half a page of announcements for me to do here, so bear with me. So the first one is that Employee Health is offering flu and COVID-19 boosters in the Harper Room tomorrow, Wednesday, from 9:30 to 1:30. If you're experiencing any symptoms, we can line up testing for you as well. And Employee Health will be available every morning from 7 to 10 a.m. in the Harper Room to provide tests for those who'd like to take a test. Then the normal announcements as far as please remember to turn off or silence your cell phones. First cell phone to ring in the audience, you're buying lunch. At your tables, just like the last couple of meetings, there's a meeting rules paper, so you can reference that for the meeting. And remember that during our full board of directors meeting, only tribal directors or their alternate will be recognized to speak. Traditionally, tribal chiefs and past TCC presidents are recognized to speak, and all others must be recognized by their tribal director to address the full board of directors. If you'll notice on the inside of the agenda, because of the 3 days, today being resolution 22, tomorrow being all day to talk about fish, and Thursday to talk about water, sewer, and housing, you'll notice that we've set up caucus rooms for your subregions. So if at any point during these discussions, you want to have a subregional caucus, we can take, 15, 20-minute break, whatever you guys want to do, you run the meeting if you want to caucus with your subregion. So Upper Tanana's in the Minto room, Upper Kuskokwim's in the Rampart room, Yukon Flats is in the Yukon room, Lower Yukon is in the Harper room, and Yukon Kayakuk is in the Gold room, and Yukon Tanana's in the Gold room. So we'll have to make sure to split you two up on the far sides or something here in the Gold room. The vets asked if there are any Native veterans that want to join them at the back of the room. You're more than welcome to join the Alaska Native Veterans. And at this time, I'd like to call up Dr. Trimble Gilbert, our first traditional chief from Arctic Village, to call us to order.
Good morning, everybody. Well, special convention and full board of directors meeting and comes to order.
And now to start us off in a good way, I know I saw Nancy here somewhere. I was going to ask if Nancy could do the opening prayer for us, please. If you use the microphone, make sure it lights up red.
Good morning.
Yes.
Works?
Yes.
Let's take a moment and remember those that we have lost in each of our communities and our loved ones. Take a moment. Ekwada chuktrenta sonch asa chiklatin enekwen I appreciate ekwada sa hilak na yung chik inta sakunzin che sonch asa nat I ha che indan chang shoot the new shoot the na cheating nan nen chiti sakin enenli I appreciate inta hilak na kunzi Gwenjet Okora ya ekwada cheat in the night inta think energy night ekwada chiti sakti sanatsai ne tandu ye inta hilak na jet okora and I appreciate in a quanta is a hanjiti nili nai go ki nai jet in dan ha go jen ticket hit the kahan as a chiti chiti chahan nili nai ticket ki jet in dan ha it qua as a inta dinan ekwada dilak nai tak and no reject where has a massive choice ekwada. Amen.
Thank you, Chief James. Now I'm going to switch things up here a little bit on the agenda, and I'm going to go ahead and have the Alaska Native veterans post the colors.
For some garbage. But after these, when she comes and asks you, you go.
Now, I know it's early, but one more time, can we give a loud, rowdy thank you to the veterans? Okay, so back to our agenda here. A couple more formalities before we get started. I want to go ahead and recognize the e-board that's in the room. So when I announce your name, if you could stand up to be recognized. We've got Sharon Hildebrand, Vice President. We've got Charlie Wright, Secretary Treasurer. We've got Nancy James, e-board member for Yukon Flats. Irby Demet, e-board member for Upper Tanana. Joe Petruska, e-board member for Upper Kuskokwim. Eugene Paul, e-board for Lower Yukon. And I believe online, although I haven't confirmed this, we have Charlie Green for the Yukon Kayakuk. We also have Lori Baker, Yukon Tanana. And then finally, we have Peter Demoski, our elder advisor. And Alex Hanna, our youth advisor. Now, I've tried to keep track of this, so if anyone else has joined, help me out here, but so far I've seen past presidents Spud Williams and Steve Guinness. Did I miss anybody? Did anyone else come in? Okay, I think we're good there. Now, one thing I want to point out, I'm not sure how long it's been, but for the first time in a long time, I want to recognize that we have Lake Minchumina here, and I want to recognize Jonathan Blackburn. Let's see. So now we're down to the Credentials Committee report. The Credentials Committee met this morning, and the chairperson is Pat McCarty. So I'll call Pat up here to give the Credentials Committee report. Yeah, okay, good.
Good morning. The Credentials Committee was called to order at 7:38 this morning to review the list of delegates and alternates to this special meeting. Six members attended, and the quorum was established. Members included myself, Chair Daisy Northway, Leonard John Dementive, Vernon John, and Robert Walker. Robin Brown and Rebecca Patterson were also in attendance. The committee then reviewed and approved the 11-10-22 credentials list for this special meeting. Of note, 9 villages had submitted either a new director or alternate since the last meeting. Only one village, Medfra, had no delegates credentials because it has not submitted a credentialing form. Motion to approve the list by Daisy Northway, second by Robert. All were in favor, the motion carried. This list will be read as the official roll call for the Board of Directors. As no further business came before the committee adjourned.
Thank you, Pat. And with that, I'll hand things over to our Secretary Treasurer, Charlie Wright, to go over the list of the directors and the establishment of the quorum.
Good morning, all. It's great to see you. Happy everybody made it safely. First name I'll call will be the director, and the second will be the alternate. Starting with Anvik, Robert Walker, Christine Elswick, Graylin, Bradley Painter, Bruce Deacon, Holy Cross, Eugene Paul, Alfred Dementive, Shagaluk, Keith Workman, Roger Hamilton Sr., Upper Kuskokwim Subregion, McGrath, Alice Dale, Debbie Hartman. McGrath is remote during this meeting. Online. Medva, no response. Nikolai, Vernon John, Claude Petruska, Takatna, Thomas Abram, Amanda Goods. They also remote this year, or just during this meeting. Talida, Olin Tickner, Jimmy Nikolai, Upper Tanana Subregion, Dot Lake, Tracy Charles Smith, Chance Shank, Eagle, Karma Alvey, Benjamin Junaby, Healy Lake, Patricia McDonald, Rose Woods, Northway, William C. Albert, Carla Demet, Tanacross, Herbie Demet, Christopher Denny, Tetlin, Michael Sam, Marianne Young, Toke Native Association, Daisy Northway, Larry Mark Sr., Yukon Flats Subregion, Arctic Village, Leonard John, Charlene Stern, Beaver, Rhonda Pitka, Arlene Pitka. Beaver's also remote. Birch Creek, Jacqueline Balaam.
Here.
Oscar James. Canyon Village, Julie Biddle. Rose Fields. Chalkitzik, Michael Joseph. Brittany Henry. Circle, Dennis Carroll. Margaret Henry John. Fort Yukon, Nancy James. Michael Peter. Venatai, Paul Tritt. Venatai is also remote. Loudon, Charlie Green, Tyler Huntington. They're also remote. Huslia, Norman Brigette, Speedy Sam, Caltag, Georgiana Madras, Kevin Saunders, Kai Cook, Leo Lawnitz, Percy Lawnitz, Nulato, Maurice McGinty, Peter Demosky, Ruby, Pat McCarty, Don Honey Jr., Yukon Tanana Subregion, Palatna, Harding Sam, Lorraine Solomon, Alakakit, Lawrence Williams, Gordon Bergman, Evansville, Frank Thompson, John Dementive, Fairbanks, Tanya Garnett, Sharon Hildebrand, Hughes, Wilmer Beatus, Thelma Nicolai, Lakeman Chumana, Jonathan Blackburn, Christopher Blackburn, Manly Hot Springs, William Brademan Woods, Leah Woods. Manly is also remote during this meeting. Minto, Lori Baker, Lindy Charlie, Ninana, Caroline Ketzler, Donald Charlie. I think they're also going to be remote today. Rampart, Michael Wheel, Don Newman, Stephen Village, David Kriska, Randy Mayo, Tanana, Lewis Huntington, Julie Heislop. A quorum has been established, and let's let the meeting begin. Good morning to you all.
Thank you, Charlie. So you have to help me out here as we go during the day. If we end up picking up any of the tribes that didn't report being here, our IT department is saying they see Loudon, Beaver, McGrath, and Nenana online. Okay, so now that we have a quorum, do I have a motion to adopt the agenda? Please.
Katna is also online.
Okay, moved by Lori. Do I have a second? Second by Karma. All in favor, say aye. All opposed, same sign. Okay. So now for the welcome address, I'll call Dr. Trimble Gilbert, our first traditional chief, back up to the stage to do our welcome address. Who said that? It's not on there. Talk to Robert.
This morning I say good morning, but I can hear it very good. So good morning again. Okay, sounds better. Well, first of all, many years, ever since we started TCC in Doya, there's always, we are strong people, and unity is most important things in the way we work many years together, and a lot of good chiefs and traditional chiefs and elders and young people. We help each other together. So it's many years we come together, and it's really worked and strong. So that's our faith and work and love together. So we have to continue on the way we work together many years. So I had a resolutions, and I don't quite understand some of it, but then getting help. So people help me to understand part of it. It's pretty hard to understand the whole thing. So I'm really we continue on the way we work together for the future generation to come. So that's what I want. So what we want when we elected the chief, so we all travel from many places in our region, come together and vote. I know your community, your own community, people want you to be chief and vote for you. That's a powerful thing we have in our history. And we had chief, that's a respect of a person. So that's what our elders said, like Chief Andrew, Peter John, David Salmon, and many others. And we go that far. You know, when you've been elected chief and you work with your own people and your own community, it's not easy nowadays because we're kind of split up. Sometimes hard to regroup. That's where we want the elder. We have to listen to them. We know that we come from elder. There's powerful stories, powerful things they talk about it and teaching each one of us. So now our children, new generations to come, it's a little bit different. We're kind of split because they don't understand our language, but they could speak English. But hard to communicate with them. So when they're talking English and reading and all that, and after they graduate from high school, and they just take off, and we don't even know where they are, some of them. And so many of them stranded in our city. So I thank you, Nancy, the good prayers this morning. You know, last year, Mary and I, we went through the tough thing. And when it's just about over, then Mary got sick on me. She's really sick. So I don't believe the way they talk to me about Mary, but we are the Athabascan people. We got power and we survived thousands of years without nothing. What they believe is very strong to me. So Mary was sick, and doctor told me, take her home. You want to keep her here or take her home? First thing, the traditional way we believe is true. So I took her home. I'd like to thank every community in our region, young and old. So I work so hard, and community taking care of my wife. Amazing. She's with me this morning. She got sick with me in about over a week again, and when we had a gathering in Arlington, we pray for her. But I know you've been praying for each one of us, for one another. When we came in, I took her to the clinic, and she said she don't have pain. So you understand how powerful we are in Athabascan way. So we have to keep working together for the future generation to come with. There's thousands of times we announce it. So I just want you to know that we should really continue to work together, that old people and those are the ones show us the way, the right way. So I don't want to get off that trail. It's already marked. But you have to work to find the direction. If we make little mistake, and then one thing, if we split, and then we're going to have problem. We all should understand this, which the elder people don't want to. So I respect so many of you have been chief for a long time, and many young people involved, and they try to follow that direction because they listen to elder. Well, when you're getting age older, I make so many mistakes because I feel very strong man, but I make mistakes. I went out about 3 or 4 weeks ago with sewing machine. I always go out in summertime and I cut wood, and then when about 8 miles out, it's pretty rough terrain. Up 3 creek like this, 3 hill, deep one. When I finished, loaded the wagon, and then I started turned my key that battery was dead. So I was really stuck, and I got bum leg too, like this slippery. So I tried to walk home. So on the way, I got some kind of strong wood. So I broke it and I used it for cane. By the time I get to the road, that's where the camp is, summer camp. Then I start walking straight, but then my one side body was weak, so I just keep going this way, getting weak. And then I heard some small machine going up other trail, and they saw my track, so he's coming back, and he found me. So I got problem with my legs, but I'm so weak, but I just keep going, keep going. So that's a big mistake I make, but I know that prayer is very strong. And you know, we are very strong from every community. We look after each other. Well, that I'm getting old, so I came to Fairbanks so many times, not too much, but me and my wife. We have good place to stay in. Everything is provided, but still we need something, some more to do for the future. So this time I like to let people know we do need the elders housing right here in Fairbanks. And also the daycare. I don't know how many years ago that that Victor told me to make speech and make sure to tell people about we do need more room. So yesterday we came in, I took Mary over it, and we got our clinic is extended. So we got nice building there. So this thing I'm talking about, it is very important for our elders, because I lived in the village, and sometimes they came over here, and it's pretty hard for them to stay in the nothing wrong with Willow House, but they need to be quiet. They need to be near the clinics. So that's a thing I really want to have. Hopefully we might have it near future. So one other thing is there's so much going on in this world. I feel very, very sad about what's going on sometimes. I turn on my TV. Our countries should be the unit and work together, but kind of split. It's not going to work. Some way, Athabascan people, we are good people in state of Alaska. I know that. I know how each one of you, how you feel about your neighbor. Even though we're spread, we live different area, but we should become one family and look after each other so that our children will follow us. So there's a lot of good kids I run into it, and they come to me and say hi to me. So they know a lot about what's going on. So that now is the time for us to teach the young people the right way. Another one more thing is climate change. It's going to affect us more. You know that Yukon River's fish thousands of years. We've been eating a lot of good fish. My stomach, when I eat fish, I feel strong. That's our life. And also that all the animals are declining slowly. There's another thing we have to teach our people and young people to take care of what we got left. So protect your own land. In many years, I talk about that land. remember that what I'm saying. Each one of us, there's a lot of Native people got the homestead. I talk about that. Go ahead and spend a little time, you and I. Get ready. We don't know what's next year. So whole summer it's warmer, soft wind. Every day, soft wind. Give us the bad weather and warm weather. Now November usually cold, you see it out there. It's like springtime out there. So those kind of things we have to work hard to be ready in front of the young people. Though this summer we have a summer camp. We invite some elders from other places. So we have camp 2 different places. And the month of July is hardly anything around that area. But once we started and we got some moose, and then pretty soon the caribou come around, and we've been eating pretty good and we work together. That's the beginning of that. We're not trying to separate from your people, but we work hard on, maybe we all could do that with our children. They need to learn it, also the language. So I have a lot of respect for some of the people who've been working for us many, many years. Some of them new. So when Mary and I, we look out through the window early in the morning. We talk about our people all the time, because what can I do about that people? I start praying. First thing I get up is I try to get up. I sleep in the corner, so Mary is next to me, and I'm having a hard time to get out of bed. First thing I say, Abba, and then I sit down, and then I start praying for my people. And thank God, He gave me strength to love my people forever, not just for a short time. So just remember, I pray for you every morning and our people everywhere. So hold into work and faith and love together so we can make it some of these days. So we still got a long ways to go. And we'll be here till Saturday, I think. We were so happy. I don't know why they put us way back there. I can't hear very good. I can't see very good, but I know what's going on. So have a good time together and talk. And we're going to have good winter. So God bless each one of you. Thank you very much. And I'd like to thank Andy is with me here. Chief is here with me. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Trumbull. And now for our new second traditional chief, Andy Jimmy, to say a few words.
Thank you. Thank you, Traditional Chief. Welcome all of you to our special convention. Hopefully we'll accomplish what we all came here for. We usually do. We do that by working together. Unity was always our strength in TCC. Those of us who've been around, we've seen a lot of changes, a lot of positive changes. We came a long way. Working together, united, we brought us to be one of the powerfulest organizations in the state of Alaska. I remember Chief Andrew Isaac, we had a special convention, I guess, about half of this room. He said, you work together, one of these days we'll have this whole room filled up with people who want to help this organization. We've been working with the youth. Always remember what David Salmon always said. Our young people need to know how we lived years ago through hard times. But how will they learn if us elders don't teach them? So we have to keep this organization going, get our young people involved. Like Tim will say, sometimes it's hard to get around. Yesterday I seen one of my old friends and I say, how are you doing? Room for improvements. And we all have our senior moments. I'm proud of TCC, how far they went. Some of us are getting up there in age. Sometimes you have a whole bunch of stuff you want to say when you get up on the podium, but you forget. My friend yesterday told me, said, when you get old, you lose three things. One, you lose your memory. He hesitated for a while. I forgot the other two. You have a really good convention. It's always good to see old friends. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Andy. Okay, so staff keeps giving me more notes and more notes. I'm new in this role, less than a year, so I'm learning as I go. And so far, let's see. I believe we've got the director from Healy Lake is here now. So because we did the roll call and everything earlier, so we've got Healy Lake, and then online, I think I announced this earlier, but just to clarify, we've got McGrath, Beaver, Loudon, and Nenana. Are there any others that have joined us that I haven't announced?
Takana's tribe is online.
Takatna? Okay. Whew. My ears aren't what they used to be, sorry. So with that, do I have a motion to accept the credentialing report and the additions to the official roll call? Moved. And do I have a second? I heard a second. Oh, there we go. Okay. So with that, all in favor, say aye. All opposed, same sign. Thank you. Now back to my notes. I'm trying to keep track as best I can here because I'll be the one that gets in trouble if I forget anybody. But we had past president Jerry Isaac join us. Welcome. And with that, I know it seems a little bit backwards, but there were a lot of formalities and things that needed to happen before we could get to now my welcome to all of you. So I want to welcome all the elders, chiefs, delegates, and tribal members, including we have Danakanaga on the far side of the room. Thank you for joining us. And like you've heard me say a lot in the sub-regional meetings, which lasted 4 months this year, but we just completed our last sub-regional meeting. You know, it's so easy for me to get caught up in the day-to-day and the meetings and just how busy things are. So I just want to take a moment here to kind of slow down a little bit if I can, and just thank you guys for putting me in this position. It's truly humbling and an honor. And so I just want to thank you guys for this opportunity to serve all of you. Thank you. Now, I think you've heard me say back in my past CFO speeches that I felt like we were getting to the point compared to years past that we've grown so big that we might have the need to have a fall or winter convention because of the amount of topics that we have to cover. And so I really kind of feel like this meeting that we're having now helps us do that. We've got 3 days lined out that I already covered. And I just wanted to clarify that I think it was back in the August executive board meeting that we had discussions on the e-board. I worked with the e-board and they made a motion choosing these 3 topics for us to cover here. Originally, it was today's discussion was the main topic. And then we added in, because of the big priority right now with the fish, and then also the water, sewer, and the housing was added to the agenda. Now, like many conventions as they come together, just like in March, as we got closer to this date, boy, people were coming out of the woodwork and they were wanting to be added to the agenda. I want to be added to the agenda. I've got something to say. But with a special convention, as I understand it, that agenda is set 30 days ahead of time. And so that's how we got to the topics. And so I just wanted to explain that in working with the executive board, these were the highest priority items for us to discuss this fall. And then from there, once we get through this week, then we'll start planning and prioritizing for the March convention. And my hope with that is that over the years that I've been here, the March convention just gets so packed. And oftentimes it feels like we're rushed, they're long days, you name it, and there's just not enough time to cover everything. This is part of the solution to that, to be able to cover some of the hot topics in the fall and some in the spring, so that we're able to cover all the topics that you guys want to cover throughout the year. So without getting too much into the discussion for today, you've also heard me say for the topic today, the way I've tried to approach it and look at it is, you know, we've heard Doyon with the 50-year celebration. So with TCC, we've had the structure that we've had the last 50 years and it's worked pretty well. Really the question I hope you're all asking yourselves is that good for the next 50 years? Or the point of the resolution that you all passed in March, is there anything else that you guys want to consider? And by all means, that is your decision As we went around to the different subregions, all we were asked to do as staff was to research other organizations and bring that back. And that's what staff's going to report to you guys today. But because we're basically talking about my position, what I don't want to have is any kind of conflict of interest with this. So I'll be stepping aside and asking our Vice President, Sharon Hildebrand, to moderate most of the session today, because I don't want anybody thinking that I'm trying to steer it one way or the other and it's my position. And I think it's most appropriate for me to step aside, let her run it, and let you guys hear the information that the research that we found, and then let you guys have the discussion that you need to have to get to a decision. Whatever you decide, I'm good with it, either way. And I've said that in all of the subregions. So with that, I believe we'll go ahead and have Sharon step up to start getting us into the resolution 2022-22. And going back to many of our subregional meetings, my hope is that many of you have heard the presentations, heard the discussions. What I didn't want to have happen was have people showing up here going, wait, what are we talking about? And so we've tried to get as much information out as possible, PowerPoints, discussions. We've had one-on-ones with councils, you name it. But with that, I'll go ahead and hand it over to Sharon to moderate for the day. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Good morning. Good to see all your beautiful faces this morning and online. I'm Sharon Hildebrand. I'm a Nolato tribal member. I was elected this past year by you, the body of Tanana Chiefs Conference, as Vice President. As Brian stated, you have an important decision before you today. It's something that has been discussed for some time now, from what I understand, and it was done early on in the 80s. But you'll hear today that there's some changes that have been happening within Tanana Chiefs Conference. The revenue has increased significantly. The employee numbers has increased significantly. And with that, a resolution was passed this past March for the body to review. And it is up to the body to decide how you would like to see Tanana Chiefs run going forward. And whatever decision you decide is the right decision. If you decide to stay with the current way it's being run, that's going to be fine. The process will be respected. And we honor you, the chiefs and presidents of Tanana Chiefs Conference. The resolution to be discussed is 2022-22, and it's directing the staff to research governance structures of other Native organizations and provide options for splitting the president and chairman roles at the next full board meeting. The sponsoring tribe is Tanana, and you're going to hear from Julie Roberts-Hyslop. And we also have staff who will be available to present: Robin Brown, General Counsel, and Jerry Simon, Chief Compliance and Risk Officer. Also assisting me will be legal staff Mary, Olivia, and again, Robin will also be assisting. And then I would also like to introduce Mike O'Brien, who is our parliamentarian, for our discussion today. I also wanted to bring to the forefront that we need to move forward with the meeting a little differently, but it's familiar in a way because of COVID and the way we've done things, because we have a lot of our leaders who are online today. So because of that, and due to weather cancellations, and we understand some chiefs have come upon some sickness, so we want to respect that and their presence is online. For those on the Zoom, please make sure to raise the yellow hand that is, I think we're all pretty familiar with Zoom by now, so raise the yellow hand and we will be watching for the hand symbol to call on you. Either IT or someone from staff will be watching. I will also stop throughout the discussion to make sure there are no delegates online that have not had a chance to speak. We want to give this discussion item a lot of time for the delegates, chiefs, presidents to have time to discuss this important matter. So we're not going to rush through it. You have all day for this discussion. Also, for those online and those present, I'd also like to recommend that when we do a vote, when we get to that matter, I would recommend that the tribes vote by ballot rather than by hand, out of respect for our leaders online, so that we're able to count them appropriately. It's similar to how the elections were conducted last March, as it'll be very difficult to vote by hand with several tribes on the Zoom. During any vote, staff will pass out ballots, and Jerry Simon over here, she will work with IT and each tribe she'll work with them and in their own Zoom room. That's what was done at the last convention to ensure that every vote is counted as it was done in March. Hi, Jerry. At the March 2021 convention, the full board of directors passed Resolution 2022-22, which directed TCC staff to do two things: research other Native organizations, governance structures, and prepare the draft bylaw changes splitting the chief chairman president's role. Tyler, our wonderful IT guy back there, is going to be sharing the resolution here on the overhead. And the resolution is in your packets, and each of the directors online, presidents and chiefs, have it as well. The resolution asked that these be presented at a special board meeting in November 2022. As required by the bylaws, notice was required to all tribes 30 days in advance of this meeting. The information regarding the draft bylaw changes was included in the notice as well as in the backpacks. And again, as said earlier, no matter the outcome, we respect the process that is done by you, the leaders of Tanana Chiefs Conference. We are led by you, the tribes. And to clarify, according to our current bylaws, any proposed amendment must be noticed in writing to tribes at least 30 days prior to a full board of directors, regular or special meeting. Today, the only proposed amendments that will be presented and may be acted upon are the amendments regarding Resolution 2022-22 to split the chief chairman president position into two roles. There's a lot of information to go over today, and an important discussion will be had. So I wanted to provide a rundown of what to expect during this portion of the meeting. First, we have invited Julie Roberts-Hyslop, a representative from the tribe who sponsored the resolution, to have a chance to provide clarification on why their tribe chose to bring the resolution to the floor. Next, in order to comply with the resolution request, TCC staff member Jerry Simon, TCC Corporate Compliance and Risk Officer, will present the research conducted on the governance structure of other Alaska Native organizations. Followed by Jerry will be Robin Brown, TCC's General Counsel, who will present the proposed bylaw changes that were previously sent out with the notice and included in your delegate folders. After these presentations, I will open the floor for a motion to discuss the resolution, and delegates will have the opportunity to discuss and ask any questions. Again, there's no rush to this matter. You can discuss this until this evening or tonight or midnight if you'd like, but we provided this whole day so you can discuss this topic. Again, Jerry and Robin have been available to the tribes and presenting since July. And up until, I believe, last week, they were still presenting to the tribes just to clarify any questions left on the floor. However, we've opened up this whole day so that any questions, any debate that's needed on this topic is left here, and the tribes are able to come to a final conclusion on what they would like, and we'll move forward from there. I'd like to, at this time, I'd like to invite Julie Roberts-Hyslop to the podium to talk about the resolution. Let's give her a warm welcome. And again, welcome to our attendees, our leaders online. Thank you for joining us this morning. I know that the weather is bad and many of you would like to be here this morning. And here's Julie. Welcome, Julie.
Good morning. It's good to see everybody today. And I just really want to thank all the chiefs and all the delegates that took the time to come to the meeting today. I know that it's been a rough couple years that we've all been through. And I just really want to say that it's really something when you lose somebody, your life is always changed. So, first of all, I want to introduce myself. My name is Julie Roberts-Hyslop. I am the second chief for the native village of Tanana, and I've been involved with my council for probably 30 years now. And I just really want to welcome all of our young people who haven't been involved probably as long as me. And it's really been an honor to serve my people in the village of Tanana. And I just really want to welcome Lake Minchumina here. I think this is the first time I've seen Lake Minchumina in many years. And it's good to have you guys back into the circle of Tanana Chiefs Conference. So thank you for coming today. And so I know everybody's been discussing this resolution this past summer. And how did this come about? And it was an idea to maybe perhaps improve the way that we run and manage Tanana Chiefs Conference, a corporation that was formed by our sovereign tribes. And I want to say thank you to my chief, Lois Huntington, for being here today to help me in this effort here. As you know, the resolution is very specific, and it's pretty scary to think about changes. But I think back to in the early 90s when we were all getting ready to go into a new era of self-governance and how we were going to go forward in governing our own tribes. Each of us are elected members of our village. And every day we manage our own tribes the way that we see fit. Just like us here today, we are here today to manage and to direct the way that Tanana Chiefs is going to go forward in the future. And we are elected to make sure that we're doing the best we can for our own people. I remember back when we were trying to decide whether or not we're going to go with self-governance, and Steve Guinness was new chief of Fort Yukon way back then, and I was helping to run our tribe back then. And there was a lot of questions that was being asked about, what is it going to do for us? And look at us today. We are almost $500 million now as a corporation, as a company, managing services for our people. Are we doing the best job that we can for our people right now? Is there ways that we can improve our daily lives of our own people? You see the needs out there. I live in my village. I've lived in my village for 67 years. And I've seen the changes, good and bad. But yet, we have to have leaders out there who are going to make those tough decisions on behalf of our own people. And as a council, you think of Tanana Chiefs and you think of our tribes. It's a simple way that we govern. Our tribes elect our leaders, and we manage daily our lives, and we make decisions daily. Just like Tanana Chiefs, we elect our leaders, we elect our executive board to represent us at all the meetings. We elect our chief. It's the same format, only on a bigger scale that we manage Tanana Chiefs Conference. So what would this particular resolution do? It would help daily, the management daily of our corporation. I believe our chief is being stretched to be out in DC, be down in Juneau, be at the AFN. Even worldwide, we could be going. But there's a lot of advocacy that needs to be done every single day. So what happens when our chief chairman goes out to all these different places and is gone from the office on a daily basis? He has to appoint somebody to do that job for him or her. And so there's a partnership that has to be made there. And when you look at the resolution, that partnership could be made. Your chief that you elect could work hand in hand with your CEO, your chief executive officer, to manage every single day all the needs that the staff has out there. So that's the concept behind the resolution. Our future is going to depend on how we proceed. Like I said, we have a lot of young people getting involved in our councils now. And as the older council members or the chiefs are teaching the younger ones, it's an ongoing process. And nobody's ever going to get everything right the first time. But we keep trying. We keep trying to make everything the best that we can, because we represent everybody in our village. And so before I was thinking, I feel like I'm getting up on standing before a firing line up here. You guys are going to shoot at me. But no, the concept is pretty simple, I believe. And I really think it's going to help us in the long run. And I don't really, have too much more to add, but we look at the stability of our corporation and the everyday management of our corporation. And we talk about unity, the chief was talking this morning about unity and how we really need to work together as tribes, as people. And I think it's really important, that we, maybe today is not the day, that we make this decision, but, that's okay. Like Chief Chairman Brian Ridley said, whatever happens today, happens today. We'll keep working together. And I know that we're going to, be strong as we have become. And I know that we're going to be there for our people regardless of what happens today. And so with that, I was just hoping, that maybe the time is not right, but maybe the time is right. We have to give it everything we got today to make a decision. And I'm just hoping, that our young people will learn the process of how we have to really advocate for the future. We have so many people out there right now who we are fighting against. You look what's happened in the Supreme Court. They heard the Bracken case. That's attacking our children. You look what's happening, and we're going to talk about it next couple of days, our fishing. And we had a big fight down in AFN. But those are the things that we're up against right now. And we have to have everything going for us to get what we need today. We have to have every single voice out there. We have to have people representing us. And I'm so proud when Alex got up there as our young chief delegate for Tanana Chiefs Conference and spoke from his heart on what our future means for our children and our grandchildren. I'm very proud of you, Alex, for stepping up and making sure that, our young people are heard. And for all of the ones who are, going to be speaking on this resolution today, I thank you also for your participation and your thought into this process. And so with that, I just really am grateful to be representing my tribe, my tribal members. They have put a lot of faith and trust into our ability to help our people every single day. Because like I said, we have so much need out there that we're not even addressing right now. So Anabasi.
I'll share with you funny before Jerry comes up. Asatlan Suuza, that's my name. My native name is Asatlan. It means one who don't cry. It was given to me by an elder from Nolado. My grandma is from Kaikok, and her parents are from Huslia, the Dorinda family. But when I was little, my grandma always used to say, Katatlbit, because I was a little goofy kid and I thought that was my native name, Katatlbit. I finally asked when I got older what that meant, and she said, crazy. So Etzatlan means one who don't cry. It was my grandma's name. So thank you, Julie, for those words. Masi. Next, I would like to introduce Jerry Simon, Corporate Compliance and Risk Officer, to present on the research conducted on the resolution before you. Welcome, Jerry. Please give her a warm welcome.
Thank you, Vice President Hildebrand. As mentioned, I am Jerry Simon. I'm from Allakaket and have been at TCC in this role for a little over 3 years. Welcome. Good to see everybody's faces. So we're gonna go over the research. So as I go through it, if you have questions, please feel free to raise your hand and let me know so that we can be responsive to some of your thoughts there. So after I do my presentation, I will hand it over to Robin Renfro, who will then go over the proposed bylaw changes. So in my presentation, I won't respond to bylaw questions. So Tyler, can you pull up the presentation? All right, there it is. So the research that I'm presenting to you today is information that was just handed out to you. This presentation has been updated from the one that was mailed out last month. And it was based upon the feedback we received at the tribal council meetings and at the sub-regional meetings. And the information collected was from the all of these organizations on the second page. Tyler, okay. Oh, before we get there, on that second page though, is really the language of the resolution. And this is what we were directed to do as staff. One was to collect the research and bring it to you at this meeting. And the second part of that resolution was for us to provide draft language. And these things that were asked of us is what is presented today. So like I said, I'll be doing the first part. Robin Brown will be doing the second part. And these are the organizations that we collected the information from. These are organizations that provide work in the same industry as us, whether it be healthcare or tribal client services. And then also sister organizations like FNA and Doi Unlimited. So this first group of organizations are organizations like Tanana Chiefs Conference that provide both healthcare services and what we call tribal client services. It's social services within their programs. It goes from the smaller revenues of Chugachmute with 14 million in annual revenues. And you see their TCC is 374 or 76 million. The number of employees goes from 90 at Manilik, again, to 90 at Copper River Native Association to Manilik 620, and then TCC has more employees than those organizations. And just you'll see on that second column there, all of those other organizations have a hired CEO. And it just shows in that fourth column over the number of tribes that they serve. This next slide talks about who elects their chief chairman and then who hires the president and CEO. And all of these organizations have a board of directors that elects their chairman. Besides Copper River Native Association, all of those organizations elect their chairman annually. And there are no term limits on the consecutive terms they might serve as chairman. The fourth column over talks about who hires the president and CEO, and that is left up to the board of directors to do that. And then once hired, that person is a full-time employee of the organization. As you can see, that differs from TCCs in that you, the tribes, elect the chief chairman. And that person has a 3-year term and is limited to 2 consecutive terms. And this slide here is just a demonstration of the number of employees in the organization and their annual revenue. So this goes from number of employees with 244 at Fairbanks Native Association, all the way up to South Central Foundation and ANTHC, which both have over 3,000 employees. Again, revenues from the 27 million at FNA to the 697 million at ANTHC. And all of these other organizations where TCC falls right in the middle of, all of these organizations have a hired president and CEO and a chairman of their board. This next slide is of sister organizations and other Native health organizations. So you'll note there on the second column that their board elects their chair, and it just notes the number of board members on their board. So then again, talks about the third column, the term limit for the chairman. ANTHC, Doyon, and FNA all have a 3-year term limit, and all of them do not have a cap on the consecutive terms that their chairman might hold. The rest of them, their chairman is elected annually, and there is no term limit on the number of terms they might hold. They leave the hiring of the president and CEO up to their board of directors. And once that person is elected, they are hired, they are a full-time employee of the organization. This last group is of social service organizations, what we call tribal client services. These are the organizations that provide services for their region. Again, it goes from Bristol Bay Area Native Association with 8.5 million in annual revenues, up to Cook Inlet Tribal Council, which has 69 million in revenues. And it talks about their number of employees on the far right, with Tlingit and Haida with having over 500 employees, or well, actually Cook Inlet Tribal Council with 1,000 employees, down to Bristol Bay Native Association with 150 employees. And again, TCC tops these organizations both in revenue and in the number of employees. All of these other organizations, except for Central Council of Tlingit and Haida, have a hired president and CEO. Central Council of Tlingit and Haida does theirs differently in that they have their full tribal assembly elect their president, which is now Richard Peterson. He serves a 2-year term, and there's no cap on the number of terms he might serve. Tyler, it's not going to the final page, number 9. Try it again. Technical difficulties. I have one more slide. Page 9. Well, you, for folks in the room, you have this information right in front of you. It's the social services again, the tribal client services. And this one talks about the same organizations that provide social services and the number of their board of directors who elect their chief chairman. And then there are 3 organizations, ABCP, Bristol Bay Native Association, and Central Council, which has a term limit or a term for their chief chair of 2 years. The rest of them have a 1-year term. And like I noted earlier, none of these organizations have a cap on the number of consecutive terms that their chief chairman may hold. And then all of these organizations leaves the hiring of the president and CEO up to their board of directors, except for, like I said, Tlingit and Haida Central Council. Although once Richard Peterson was elected chief or president of their organization, he became a full-time employee of the organization. So that final column there just notes the employment status of the president and CEO once they're hired or for Richard elected. So that is the research that we collected. And are there any questions on the information before I hand it over back to Vice President Hildebrand? We hope that this helps with your discussion today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Jerry. Looks like someone already lost an earring. So Robin is up next. Let's see. One of our chiefs brought it to our attention. Shouldn't this matter be motioned to be put on the floor? And it was clarified by legal that these items that's before you right now is okay to be discussed prior to the item being put on the floor for discussion. I just wanted to make sure I let the chiefs and presidents know that, just full disclosure so that everyone is in the loop of what's happening. Thank you, Jerry, for that presentation. Next up, I would like to introduce Robin Brown. Brian was trying to be funny and say some other last name for Robin. TCC General Counsel to introduce the proposed changes to the bylaws. Please give a warm welcome to Robin Brown.
Thank you, Vice President Hildebrand. Like she mentioned, my name is Robin Brown and I'm the General Counsel. And today I'm going to present the proposed bylaw changes based on the resolution. I'm just going to wait for Rob Lucas is going to help set the screen so it can be scrolled through. A copy of this document is already in your packets if you'd like to follow through as well. And it looks like this, and it has the proposed bylaws in red at the bottom, and they should be in each delegate packet as well if you want to follow along. Thank you. So the proposed amendments that I'm going to discuss today are changes that would need to be made in the bylaws in order for a split to occur. While there were a few questions that we've had during the sub-regional meetings regarding grammar or other types of housekeeping, those won't be discussed today as the focus was strictly on the resolution and is limited just to the bylaw change of the splitting of the position. I did want to also note that the resolution specifically asked for us to prepare documentation or amendments for Articles 4 and 5. However, we did need to, in order to maintain consistency and to keep the title changes correct throughout the rest of the document, there were a few changes that I will go over today that I will show on the overhead that are strictly to match the article changes in Article 4 and 5. So if we could scroll to the first article that has any changes, all of the changes that will be discussed today are in red. They were the ones that were submitted the special notice, as well as discussed in the sub-regional meetings and other meetings that we have. I'm skipping directly to Article 4, as there are no changes prior to the articles in Articles 1, 2, and 3. The first change proposed would be in Article 4, Section 2, which is on page number 5 of the paper handouts. As you can see, the first change is in red. It would strike through the title. It's strictly a title change. With the splitting of the position, you would have a chairman as well as a president/CEO. So it's important to note that throughout the documentation. In Section 2, the red line changes are to acknowledge the split, and there would be an elected officer. So that would be the chairman. The president would not be an elected position. It would not be a voting member of the board. So as you can see, those 3 changes are strictly for title. Continuing on, if you skip to page number 7, Section 9 of Article 4. The title of the section is called Section 9 Compensation. The red line changes indicate that actions can be carried out by both the chairman and the president. So it's acknowledging a split of the position to 2 people. Right below in Section 10, the chairman of the board, the first sentence would be strict because the president would no longer be the chairman of the board. It would be actually a chair of the board in section number 10. Those are the only changes to Article 4. Moving forward to page number Article 5, Section 9. I'm sorry, on page 9. The very header would be changed as the article currently reads officers. Since the president would no longer be, if the position was split, would no longer be an officer, it's titled Officer and President/CEO at the very top under Article 5. Under Section 1, officers, as I mentioned earlier, with the split of a position, the elected officers of the corporation would strike president, it would be chairman, and because the president would be a separate position, it would be just a name title. The vice president would be called the vice chairman. Continuing down the page in section number 2, election and term of officers would be just continuing with the description of who in fact would be the officer. As you can see, the president is stricken, as well as in the first line and the second line, it would be placed by the name chairman. And it's done 2 other times in this particular section, election and term of office. And Rob, you could scroll down just a little bit longer because there's 4 references in this particular article there at the bottom. There are no proposed changes to Article 5, Section 3. If you want to continue to page 10, Section 5. This particular section is all in red, not because of the changes, but it's just to indicate the significance of this particular section. It is the section number 5, and I'll talk about later, section 9, are the 2 sections that actually split the position into 2 people. So the number section 5 would be renamed as chairman of the board. The duties remain the same that are already in the bylaws. It's just now designated specifically to the chairman of the board. Any reference to the role of the president/CEO has been moved as we'll continue on forward to section 9. It would be a new section. Continuing down with section number 6, this is just a name title to match the rest of the titles. So instead of having a vice president, we will have a vice chairman. There are no changes to section 7. I apologize, there is at the very end. On page number 11, at the very bottom of the section 7, there's 1 title change as the roles would change and be assigned by the chairman rather than the president. As you can see with section 8, this would be the same change. It would be designated as the chairman's role, not the president's, under section 8, kind of towards the bottom of page 11. As I previously mentioned, section 9 is a new section as it actually splits the role of a chief, chairman, and president. Formerly, they were all contained in Article 5, as in Section 5, as I discussed before, but now it is now called Section 9 to acknowledge the hiring of a president/CEO. The one change, as you can see, the significant part of this section reads, the executive board of directors shall hire a president/CEO who is a member of a member tribe. The president/CEO shall be the principal executive officer of the corporation. And then the remaining part of the section remains the same that was already designated in section 5. As you can see for the remainder of this particular section, the title has changed because we have now separated the two positions. So where it previously read chief, chairman, president, for the remainder of section 9, it only says president/CEO. As far as Article 5, Section 10 is just a renumbering since we added a new section. There's no changes to the cadastral survey program. This particular section is just renumbered to number 10. The only change for Article 6 is on page number 13, and it's just a title change as well. It's under section 3 under elections. As you can see, it turns from, because the chairman would be the chair of the organization, it turns from a from a president to a chairman. It's just a title designation. Continuing down under Article 7, the significant change under section 1 called Executive Board of Directors, there's an added line which says the Board of Directors may designate an executive committee known as Executive Board of Directors, which shall have and exercise the authority of the Board of Directors and the management of the corporation. And this is the addition, including the hiring and dismissal of the president/CEO. The remainder of the section remains the same. And there are no other further changes in section 1. And that is the only change in article number 7. There are a few other changes that are title changes that I did want to point out. In Article 8, Section 2, which is on page 17 of the bylaws. And once again, this is just a title change as the person, the vice president would become the vice chairman. And those are the only proposed changes to the bylaws that would be required in order to make a change to the splitting of the position. Does anybody have any questions regarding these particular red line changes I've made? If not, I'll turn it back to Vice President Hildebrand to continue the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. This is Chief James. I have a question for legal.
Okay, Chief James. Go ahead, Robin.
Robin, on those proposed bylaw changes and amendments that you discussed. Currently, the vice president's role, which is Sharon Hildebrand, what would be the role of the vice president? Shouldn't there be a description for role?
Yes, Chief James, under section 6, her role would still, the definition hasn't changed, it's just the title would change. It would change from vice president to vice chairman, but the role and the particular part of the section would not change. So I apologize, do you want to pull it up on the screen? On your paper copy, it would be page number 10. Under Article 5, which is list the officers. So the role of the vice president, which would now be called the vice chairman, would remain the same. It's just a title change in the document. And Rob Lucas is going to pull it up in just a minute. Page 10, Rob. It looks like someone also has unmuted. If you could just wait just a second and then we can answer those questions. Thank you. So what the reference to Chief James' question is section number 6. So the wording, like I said, doesn't change. It's just the title. Do you have further questions, Chief James, or does that answer your question?
Thank you for that clarification.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief James. Is there someone online that has a question? We noticed someone unmuted. If you unmute yourself, please identify yourself. Thank you. Thank you, Robin. Thank you, Chief James. If there are no other questions, it looks like we could use a 15-minute break. Does that sound good? Okay. Oh, Chief Mike?
Yeah, I got just for more clarification, would the responsibilities and job duties be added to that role as well?
For clarification, are you asking for the role of the vice chairman or vice president / chairman, or for the chief chairman president role?
The vice president and vice chair.
At this time, the bylaws would not change in regards to the specific role of the vice chairman. So there would be no changes at this time. Obviously, there could be a bylaw change in the future, but for the purposes of this amendment, the wording and the responsibilities of that section would not change. It's just a title change that's necessary for the position if it were to split.
Thank you, Chief. Also, a friendly reminder that the vice president position that I'm in is not an employee position, just for clarification. Also, 15 minutes, does that sound good? If there are no other questions? Okay, come back at 10:45. Thank you. Thank you, Robin. visiting with everyone. Hi, Chief Kriska. Good to see you. I love that everybody is able to have a visit here in the meeting room. Hi, Grandma Taj. We'll just give it another minute or two while everybody gets their seat, grabs one final fillip of coffee. Hi, Robin. Hi, Chief Burgett. Chief Burgett was sharing earlier that he's busy in the village with his business. It's good to hear that people are busy. Of course, it hasn't been too cold. Of course, Chief Eugene Paul over there has been busy down there in Holy Cross. I don't know if anybody has seen Chief Beanie over there, but he's on the internet singing, what's it? You gotta hold him. Talented man over there. So while everybody's grabbing their seats, we won't get started yet, but I wanted to let you know again, like Chief Ridley had mentioned, you have time in the agenda for a caucus. And we understand that there are some leaders online. We've found a way to incorporate your leadership that is online into the meetings, into the caucus rooms that you plan to meet in. We'll wait for a few more from Yukon Kaikok to come back. Is there some for hi, Vanessa? Good to see you. Chief Vanessa? Chief Wilmer. Again, we have McGrath, Takotna, Dot Lake, Beaver, Venetai, Loudon, and Nenana online. Are there any other communities online? I saw President McDonald here earlier. Looks like we have a majority of the Yukon Kaikok here. Is there any members of your subregion that you'd like to? Okay, there's Chief Lalnitz. Okay. So again, as chiefs and presidents of our consortium, Tanana Chiefs Conference, you have the option to go into caucus. I've heard from some chiefs that you'd like to go into caucus after the discussion so that you can hear everything that's going to be shared here. Again, friendly reminder that the rules are there on your table, that we remind you that if you can please allow another person to speak on the option that's on the table first before you speak again. And then any person here that's not a delegate or alternate delegate, you need to be recognized by one of the delegates here in the room. Oh, should we wait for your brother? Is your brother almost back, Chief Lelnitz? Okay. He's, okay, we'll go ahead and get started. In order for the discussion on to amend the bylaws, a motion is needed. Is there a motion to discuss amendments? Oh, I'm sorry, before I begin, I wanted to make sure that I bring forward that some of our chiefs thought it was important that the item be brought forward on the floor prior to the presentations, but because it was already adopted at the past convention, we're still operating under that resolution that was adopted. And so that's why the presentations were done here today. However, in the future, before we bring up items that's going to be discussed or adopted or not passed, we want to make sure that we recognize you as chiefs or presidents to put it on the floor. And I apologize if there was any miscommunication there. So moving forward, is there a motion to discuss amendments to TCC's bylaws to split the chief chairman president position? Moved by Chief Burgett. Oh, go ahead, Chief Burgett.
Yeah, I'm not making that motion, but I don't know if the delegation want to caucus before we put this on the floor or.
Yeah, Chief Burgett, I heard two options. One option, you can caucus prior to, or you can caucus after as well. It's entirely up to the body. This is your meeting. Go ahead, Spud.
Why aren't we discussing the real issue and yes or no on that issue? Is reorganizing the president, chairman, et cetera, before we even get into bylaws. We might not even have to touch on bylaws if we vote on the major issue.
Thank you, Prior President Spud Williams. That is the motion, to put it on the floor for discussion, not to change the bylaws themselves. The recommendation by Chief Burgett is to go into caucus now. I've heard from another chief that you also like to go into caucus after the discussion. What is the wishes of the body, to go into caucus now or after the discussion?
I'll second that motion to go into caucus, but I think it's really important to get further information. We're talking about bylaw change. Anytime you do bylaw change, it's going to affect the organization totally. Either way. And I think we have too much at risk as a consortium consisting of the tribes of 43. I won't speak on this one since I second the motion for caucus before, but I would like to see more information concerning this and hear from other people on that issue. Why are we doing bylaw changes when the structure that I was presented, and I think the e-board did say we want that structure of the organization for further discussion at our board meeting. Because when you grow, maybe changing the top is not, or bylaws. I speak against the bylaw changes because we have the organization right now, Tanana Chiefs Consortium of our tribes. We need to start exercising the 93-638, exercising and giving more self-determination to our tribes. Because if we do not make our tribes of 43 villages strong, that means our consortium of Tanana Chiefs will be weaker. As it is going on right now with the economy and everything else that's happening, and also with the ruling at the Supreme Court getting favored, and that's against the tribes. And I speak for this, against this, simply because we will have different issues, land issue after 50 years. We have so many issues that's going to be confronting us as tribal chiefs as it is right now. In order to look at that, we need to really enhance 93-638 to make our tribes within the Tanana Chiefs region stronger. We have started that trend by giving them funds. The big issue so far that I have heard why we should open up the bylaws is I haven't heard in favor of it so much. Because when I look at the structure, we already have the president, the e-board organization. We also need to, when you're growing, you're talking quantity. You're not talking quality service. That's what I've been hearing so far. We haven't been very successful in our behavioral health. We need to do, and we looked at those resolutions that have been passed by our tribes at the convention. And I believe that we have that authority within to restructure within. I see vacancies in some of these positions. And we already got that authority to do that. Why couldn't, if we're talking about quality, we need to ask ourselves, how are we doing as Tanana Chiefs providing quality service to our tribe, because we're a consortium of tribe. And I see a lot of our tribes within my own sub-region, they need help to enhance themselves. They need technical assistance. So not only that, to ensure that they're organized under the bylaws and governed by the bylaws. And they also need funds, help to have economic development in their village. And to me, and to my council, I know we discuss it and says, no, you don't need to change the bylaw change to make Tanana Chiefs stronger as far as quality versus quantity. Thank you, Sharon.
Thank you, Chief James. We have past President Guinness and past President Isaac who wishes to speak next. We do have a motion on the floor in a second. Are we under, I believe we're under discussion. Go ahead, Chief.
Thank you. First of all, I want to thank Tanana for bringing this resolution forward for discussion. But I want to just say that I support what our chief from Fort Yukon is saying here, that there may not be necessary to change the bylaws. You may want to take a look at the current structure of this organization. And if you look at the current structure, there is no direct link underneath the president of the organization, if you look at that. And in the past, we've had a position there. And so this notion that when the president is out traveling and who's going to run the day-to-day administration of the organization, it was that individual. And somewhere along the way, that position had been removed. And if you really think about it, that would solve what we're talking about here, in my view. Because this is kind of being structured around the fact that the president is busy, always traveling, this and that, which is part of the job of the president of this organization. And then the question then becomes, okay, so who's going to handle the day-to-day administration of this organization when he's out traveling? So if you just look at the structure, just like the chief was mentioning here, that might solve the issue that we're talking about. And the other thing I just wanted to say, and I want to thank those that worked to put all this information together. But you know, one thing that we have never done in this organization is ever compare ourselves to somebody else. We've always been independent. We have never, ever compared ourselves to any other organization throughout the state of Alaska. And the current system has worked for us for all these many years. So I would urge you all to kind of look at the structure before you move into a bylaw change. Because like the chief says, when you mess with the bylaws, it can have some serious impact on how we conduct our business. And, you know, I'm not trying to put fear in you, all of you, but it's something to really think about. You know, so I don't know what you're all going to do here, but I would again suggest to you to take a look at this chart right here. And you'll see what I'm talking about. There's a gap there from the president, down, down, going down. And if we had I don't know what you want to call it, a position that has always been there, at least when I was the president, and when Jerry Isaac was president, that's the person we rely on to run our day-to-day affairs for us while we're out taking care of the things that we need to take care of. So again, I support what the chief from Fort Yukon said, is before you move into a bylaw change, you might want to take a look at your current structure. Thank you.
Thank you, Past President Chief Guinness. Go ahead, Past President, Mr. Isaac.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to say thank you to Julie for bringing up a good idea through this resolution. But I'm afraid that it's going to create opportunities for mischief making. I've been with Tanana Chiefs since 1980, on and off. I've seen many storms and many fights and many disagreements. We weathered those storms because of our uniqueness. Chief Nancy James questioned whether we have discussion now or do we have caucus. I think that's what the move is about, right?
Yes. Past
Okay, I would
President Isaac, it
suggest
was motion-
strongly that before we decide to get into caucus, that this matter be discussed openly here. Because it's a very serious challenge, or it's a very serious change in the organizational management of TCC. When I was president, our budget was, or rather when I was elected president back in 2006, our budget was just under 82 million. According to your report here, we now have a budget that's 375 million. That's a lot of growth within the last 16, 17 years. And, you know, you need to discuss this matter seriously. Because if you just go forward and change the bylaws to separate the chairman and the president, you're going to create an opportunity where there's going to be a deadlock on future actions. Because the chairman may be a political activist and may have the desire to pounce upon and force the CEO president to stop dead in his or her tracks. This is a very serious business. It's not something that we should take lightly. It's a major change to the organizational management of TCC. Therefore, I would strongly suggest to the delegation here to vote that they have discussion now prior to your caucus to make sure we hear everything. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Past President Isaac. We have Chief Burgett, and then we have Past President Spud Williams.
Yeah, just for the record, I wasn't making a motion to go into a caucus. I was asking the delegation if they wanted to have general discussion before this was even put on the floor. So basically, just reiterating what Jerry was saying, that was what I was basically asking. Just a general discussion before we even considered going into caucus. Just clarification for the record, because I didn't make a motion.
Thank you, Chief Burgett, for clarifying that. For the record, Chief Nancy made the second, which she thought you were making a motion to. So for clarification, there's no motion on the floor yet. And we'll go ahead and recognize Past President Williams.
I want to speak against changing bylaws. This is TCC. We are not other organizations. This analysis, throw it away. We should care less what other organizations are doing. This is TCC, not other organizations. This is the most powerful Native organization in this state. It always has been, because the president is also the chairman, is also the CEO, is also the chief of chiefs. That's what our bylaws say now. A very, very powerful position to advocate and get input from the tribes through the resolutions every year to go after what you are demanding. I handed out this org chart to point out there is that missing position that Steve talked about. Almost always we've had a number 2 vice president of operations, or whatever you want to call them. And this is the position that handled the CEO function of TCC, so that the president can be and is the chief advocate on your behalf for those issues that you assign to him at annual conventions or the e-board as things come up during between conventions. The most powerful position in this state that no other organization has. I would recommend forget these bylaw changes, but at the same time, talk about that empty position that needs to be there. That is basically a CEO function with no term limits. But I would also recommend that you do a job description for that position with qualifications for that position. They have to know finance. They have to know administrative functions. They have to know the programs that TCC is administering. That will fix this so-called issue of a weakness. Who developed this concept of a weak TCC? Some non-natives, some non-tribal entity? Who did this? We're not a corporation. We are a tribe, and we function as a tribe under your direction as the members of this tribe. let's forget this crap and do away with these bylaw changes and go forward as we have as the strongest organization in this state.
Thank you, past President Spud Williams. With that said, is there a motion to discuss amendments to TCC bylaws to split the chief president position? It's motion by Chief Karma. Is there a second? Chief by Vice President Garnett. Okay, now we're up for discussion. And let's recognize if anyone online has any comments before we go to the floor, please. Are there any comments online? Anyone online that would like to be recognized?
Hi, this is Rhonda Pitka. Weather prevented me from being there today, but it's pretty sunny outside now, so I'm going to be getting on a plane soon. So I should be there about 1:30. So I hope we can caucus then.
Chief Pitka.
Oh, and are we still commenting on the resolution itself, or did you need a second?
There was a motion and there was a second. Now we're open for discussion on the bylaw change itself. Chief Pitka, did you have anything you'd like to share under discussion?
I did. I would like to point out that pretty much all of those past presidents described a CEO position in their arguments against the CEO position. So I feel like I'm a little bit confused because those functions that they're describing describe the CEO position. I don't think, I mean, it only makes sense to me that somebody qualified is hired to run this corporation. Like, we can split the political aspects of this job and the everyday function and still be a functioning corporation. And it will probably take us further into the future and further into those effective, business practices that we need to have to maintain this level of growth that we've experienced. I don't think, I personally would not feel comfortable with somebody who didn't have, at a minimum, a master's degree running this large of a corporation that's so important to our people. This speaks to the quality of all of our services. And I think it's a very important discussion to have. I don't ever feel like I've ever taken any level of this discussion not seriously. And I think, yeah, I'm just waiting to hear what everybody else has to say. Thank you all very much. And I will be getting on a plane very shortly.
Thank you, Chief Pitka. Go ahead, Chief Paul.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, being on the executive board for the Lower Yukon for I'm on my third term, so I could say almost there for 9 years almost. So looking at the org chart that Spud, our past president, passed around, we have executive managers throughout the organization. We have a health director, we have HR, we have all these people that are on top management that runs our organization, that takes our calls from the villages, that takes our, what we really need, what we really want things done. So to put something like this into place, it's pretty much almost like a blank bylaw change that could really hinder ourselves as a tribe. being elected chief in my village for almost 15 years now, it gives me the authority to advocate for my tribe. So as a chief, you don't use that word lightly. A chief there, when I sit with my elders, is the only person that could be able to lead our people, lead all of our tribal members, our kids, our little ones. I got authority to walk into school and, talk to the students. That's the authority the chief has. So if we separate the powers, and it just feels like we're going to be able to be like a rubber stamp. Electing our chief, Brian Ridley, is an honor, and it's a privilege that we have the authority to do every 3 years. And we give that person to advocate on behalf of our villages. And he chief chairman goes to our villages and hears all of our, our needs and our wants and what we really want to direct TCC to go. So looking at the bylaw change, there's too much of not enough red lines and fill-ins that we need to act on. So I'm speaking against the bylaw change, and that's my feeling. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Paul. Can we see if there's any comments that need to be made online by any of our chiefs or presidents, please? Okay. Are there any other comments in the room? Go ahead, Chief Karma Alvi.
So as elders, I feel a little bit different about this. Last year, we had some serious issues here at TCC, and most of you are aware of them. And I really feel like having two positions in this, you have an elected chief and chairman, and then the board and the chief chairman have hire a president who runs the business and is qualified to run the business on a daily basis. The chief chairman is still going to be out there advocating for our people. And yes, you can get two different people that clash, but you can also get two very strong people that really work together. And with one always here at home and watching the company and how it's progressing and moving, and one out there just able to concentrate on advocating for fish and all of our lifestyle and fighting for our rights, I think is really powerful. I'm worried that, like, when people every few years, when we have a changeover of presidents, the administration and all of the employees kind of hold their breath and wonder how that's going to go for them. And we saw last year that was very difficult, and many people were leaving and being fired. I'm very concerned that gives people an uncomfortable, and they're not able to relax in their job and know that they're going to be there for a long time. And we have great employees that have been here for so many years. And if you don't get the right person, right now what we're doing is we don't have very many mandatory requirements as to what the president, chairman, CEO has to have at this point. And so if you get somebody in there that can't run the business aspect of it, then we're in serious trouble again. So I just wanted to make that point is I can see it's a big change and that it could be very scary, but at the same time, it could also make us a lot more powerful if we get those two right people in there that can really work together and strongly advocate for our tribes, but also help in making us more sustainable and helping our tribes out in the villages with what we need. I can only think that it could be better for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Karma. Go ahead, Vice President Garnett.
Okay, I just want to say thank you to Tanana for submitting this resolution and giving us the opportunity to discuss this. And thank you to the staff for putting all the work into this. So I want to speak in favor of this resolution. Like everyone else said, I respect our elders. I respect everybody's opinions. It's okay to disagree and discuss things. And I speak in favor of it because I'm speaking as a past tribal administrator, past TCC employee, and then also as a delegate. And so every time we vote in a new president, there's an atmosphere of no job security at TCC. Things can change. I'm just going to speak honestly on this because things can change. Priorities can change. The direction of the administration can change. And I really think that this would give us more continuity in moving TCC, our tribal organization that represents us forward. And we have the opportunity to create this as we want. We can list qualifications and qualities that we want both positions to have, such as, village experience, is definitely a member of a tribe, but also like a traditional background, and hopefully that they balance each other out, both positions. And I just really think that we have the opportunity to create this and benefit our organization. And through this, not only that we'll have continuity and will help our staff feel that their job is secure, and that because we all know that with experience and the people that have the history of our organization, it helps when we make decisions, move forward. We'll also have a stronger advocacy because we'll have two people providing that advocacy. And thank you for letting me speak my where I stand. I speak in favor.
Thank you, Vice President Garnett. Before we recognize the room, are there any comments online that need to be recognized? Tyler or Rob? No one online that would like to be recognized at the moment? No leadership online that would like to be recognized in the moment? Is there anyone in the room that would like to be recognized on the discussion topic? Go ahead, Brad. Chief Painter.
Hi, I just wanted to say that, all the chiefs and all of us here are all here not because of our education or anything. It's because of the respect of our people. And, I just wanted to say that, we earned respect. That's how we got here. And, that's how our chiefs got there. And nothing to do with our education. And trust, that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Chief Painter. Are there any other comments for discussion in the room? Is there any other comments online? Rob? Going once? Going twice? Is there a call for question? To end discussion on the item on the floor before you go into caucus? Would anyone else like to speak on the discussion item? Okay, is there a call for question? Yes, President McDonald.
I just want to thank Chief Painter, is that who just spoke?
Yes.
For his comments. I appreciate them. I think that it's extremely important that we all honor those words. The people that are in this room don't necessarily have bachelor's or master's degrees, and they don't need them to lead their people. And I think that that's really an important dynamic of Tanana Chiefs. Now, when we have someone that is educated and a great leader like Brian, even better, we are blessed. However, I think that the people that are here representing their people and the past leaders that we have had representing our people have not had bachelor's or master's, and I don't want to negate their knowledge, their authenticity to step up and do the right thing for our people. Look around, look at these great men. They're here in the room. I just really want to, again, express gratitude to Chief Painter for bringing that up. And I want to express gratitude to our past leaders and all of the men and women in this room that don't have the Western education, but they have the knowledge and the education that they bring to represent their people. And they are true leaders. And they have the right to run for TCC president if they ever decide to or choose to.
Thank you, President McDonald. Are there any other discussion items on the floor for the body? Go ahead, Chief Lalnitz.
Yeah, I got a question. I was wondering are we discussing the resolution or are we discussing the bylaws? Because I hear two discussions going on.
Chief Lalnitz.
I heard this discussion on, sorry. I hear two discussions going on here. I heard the bylaw change, and now I heard resolution. But I don't know what's on the floor at the present time.
For clarification, Chief Lalnitz stated that he would like clarification on what's being discussed. What's on the floor right now is a discussion item of the bylaw change.
So why are we discussing the resolution then?
The resolution brought forward the bylaw change. When you're done discussing this here, you guys will go into caucus if you would like, which I heard stated several times. And then the bylaw change would then be brought forward for a motion to adopt or not adopt. Does that help, Chief Lalnitz? Okay, for clarification, what's being discussed now? Oh, go ahead, Chief McGinty.
Yeah, Sharon, just for clarification on my part, why are we talking about adopting an amendment to the resolution when the body hasn't even decided if they're going to go with a CEO chairman? We got the cart in front of the horse here. I think we need to discuss whether we want to go with a CEO or not. And when that's been decided, come back and address the amendments to the resolution and then the resolution itself.
It just don't make no sense for me to sit into here and then go into a caucus and come back out and vote on an amendment when we don't even know we're gonna be going there. It just don't make no sense to me.
Thank you, Chief McGinty. Is there any other discussion items on the bylaw change? Discussion? Yes, go ahead, Chief Hyslop Roberts.
So listening to this whole discussion here and looking at the chart that Spud passed out, I think that's exactly why we are here today. It's because there is that void. There is that position, I believe, that was once there years ago that we need today. And that would take care of having to separate or split this position. And I think that was the ultimate goal of the resolution, was to make sure that we had somebody managing the day-to-day operations when the chief and the executive board were out advocating on our behalf, be it in a village or be it in Washington, D.C. So I really like the chart that Spud brought up. And I think that's what maybe we should focus on today, is making sure that we have somebody there in the office every single day. That's not their temporary job, but a full-time person to do that job. And I think that makes it more simple and less complicated for us as tribes. So I agree with, probably first time I'll agree with Spud, but I agree with Spud, that we need to really look at that second person that's going to be there every single day to manage our company, to make sure that everything that we ask as tribes is being taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Julie Roberts Hyslop. Is there anyone else that would like to discuss the item on the floor? Go ahead, Chief Robert Walker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm looking at this paper here, and I was talking to the other delegate with me, Christine, that we can't really make out what's in the yellow. And it's written here, but we can make out what's in the blue. And because if I'm going to vote on something like this, I would like to see where the tribes are on this, and where is our executive board on this? And it has HR, like in the almost like the third line. I would question that. So I would like to have a little more clarification so we can really see what we're going to be voting on and who's where on this structure. So that is my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Robert Walker. While we're doing discussion items, he brought up a good point. Is there any way to bring up that org chart? So while they're doing that, is there any other discussion on the item that's on the floor right now? Since there's no one else that's speaking, we'll go ahead and recognize Julie again. Thank you, Julie, Chief Julie.
So I think I'd like to make a motion with the permission of my chief to withdraw this resolution and to focus solely on the second part. It would be to have a hired person that could run the day-to-day management of the company. So we would not have to worry about our chief chairman, but that we would hire an executive board, and the chief chairman would come up with a job description. Like how we had in the past when we had a deputy director, I think it was called, right, Jerry? I think that's what it was called. But a person that would run the day-to-day management without having that temporary position there. So I make that a motion to withdraw resolution 2022 and focus solely on the person that we would hire to run the day-to-day management of the corporation underneath the chief chairman and the executive board.
The parliamentarian pointed out that we can't go into a new motion until we take care of the current motion on the floor. And if there's no more discussion on the current item, you can go into caucus if you so choose. Go ahead, VP Garnett.
You mentioned earlier, like if we do come down to a vote, I agree with doing a ballot, secret ballot vote because of the people online. And then just one more point. I know I said it earlier that it would help with job security because it's really important that we do keep our employees at TCC or that we attract good employees because the CAO position that we're discussing now is still vulnerable to when we get a new chief chairman to being replaced. So that would not, I think it would kind of defeat the purpose of the resolution because like we're trying to strengthen it, but when we have the turnover so often, I think it weakens our organization, just my opinion.
Thank you, VP Garnett. Go ahead, past president, Steve Guinness.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, I'm a little confused, parliamentarians ruling on this. Yes, there is a motion on the floor, but also the sponsor of this resolution requested that it be withdrawn. And so to me, the sponsor of the resolution is really being direct here that this resolution be withdrawn and focus in on the structure of this organization. And so I'm a bit confused by his point there. Again, the other thing is that from my understanding of parliamentary procedure is that if a motion is to be withdrawn, those people that made the motion and seconded, if they agreed to that, then it's taken off the table.
So it's Chief Guinness, right?
Yes.
So Chief Guinness, I might have been unclear. The motion can be withdrawn. What I was commenting on is that a different structure. So looking at sort of filling the position in a different way or addressing the issue that we're here today, that isn't something that was noticed. That isn't a task that could be undertaken. We couldn't change tack and start talking about new corporate structures or filling positions in different ways. That's a different question. Yes, the motion can be withdrawn. But we can't then start down a different direction addressing how to solve the problem if there is one for the organization.
Well, sir, it's pretty clear to me from Julie that she wanted this resolution withdrawn and then get into a discussion about the structure that we're currently operating under. And so to me, I think that's pretty clear. You know, I think your ruling was that we couldn't withdraw this motion that's on the floor. Now you're saying that it can be withdrawn. And then once it is withdrawn, then we would follow what Julie suggested, was to have a discussion about the structure itself. the current structure we're operating under.
So the motion can be withdrawn. We agree on that. We don't disagree on that. The motion can be withdrawn. The problem is that this meeting was noticed to talk about splitting the two positions. So if we're not going to talk about that and are going to make changes regarding the organizational structure that are different from what are noticed, that sort of discussion would be improper. But so the sort of two pieces to the question, we agree on the first one that the motion can be withdrawn, but that sort of ends the discussion at that as far as this meeting goes.
Because it's not. Bring it up for discussion. There's 2/3 majority
Okay.
for the change. Only discussion if they want to discuss.
Okay.
Organizational.
Okay.
Madam Chair, the structure is an administrative function. It has nothing to do with bylaws or anything else.
Yeah.
The administration is able to do this. They have e-board oversight that is going to make sure it conforms to what the tribes are looking for. So
Madam
it
Chair,
can be
the person
done.
is out
If
of
they
order. He did
table
not ask to be
this-
recognized.
Past President Bud Williams, somebody else, we'll go ahead and let him finish, and someone else is talking.
Was somebody else talking?
Chief
I'm
Robert
sorry.
Walker. And
Yes, the former president did not ask to be recognized to speak, Madam Chair. He's out of order.
What's he saying? I can't get up and speak? What the hell kind of attorney are you? First, you give us that we can't do this as a body, which is an administrative function, just giving suggestions and direction. We're not changing any issue. We're still operating as TCC. And now you're trying to take my authority away to make speeches here, which has been done forever and ever.
thank you, past Presidents Bud Williams. For clarification, it was Chief Robert Walker that was bringing up that issue. And just for the record, past presidents are allowed to speak at conventions, just so that we're clear on that. And for the item that past presidents Bud Williams brought up, that was what I was just discussing with the parliamentarian, that we can discuss this item. We're not making any bylaw changes. However, we can discuss any organizational structure that the body would like to discuss here. As long as there's no bylaw changes, that's fine. As long as there's 2/3 majority to change or discuss that item. If that's something the body would like to do, go ahead, Chief Dillon.
So, okay, everything's getting complicated here. So I'd like to make a motion that we table this resolution today, that we move forward with a discussion on the structure of the company. With permission from my chief, I'd like to make that motion to table.
The original motion that needs to be. That's correct. And Tanya seconded the original motion.
That was to table the motion on the floor.
The actual resolution doesn't require action. So she can.
If I may, just for clarification, I appreciate everyone's patience since it is, as Julie Roberts has pointed, is complicated. So just for clarification, the resolution that was being presented earlier today did not require action. It required presentation of the information. I think what the parliamentarian was discussing is that and as Vice President Chairman has also discussed, that the agenda was already set, but it certainly can be changed with a 2/3 vote for discuss this topic. But there is clarification, because if there is discussion on the organization of administrative, it does not looking for a bylaw change. So there does not to need special notice for that, as we had noticed for the bylaw change. That was done in response to the actual resolution. If the discussion would lead to turn to different, to where Ms. Hyslop has asked to withdraw her motion. We just need to back up a little bit and make sure and have the other motions finished. And then we can go forward with that motion from Julie Hyslop to table the motion or the resolution. At that time, then I would just recommend that the full board then asks to change the agenda and have an item added as far as if they wanted to talk about the governance structure. Does that help for clarification?
Go ahead, past President Guinness.
Well, if you think about it, what Julie was proposing is a related issue. It's a related issue because one of the parts of this thing is having some CEO, that would kind of worked on the day-to-day stuff. And so if you look at the structure, the organizational structure as that you all have, she's attempting to address that problem, that issue. And so I don't think that this motion that's on the floor is a related question. And so I don't know. I don't understand the explanation.
Thank you, past President Guinness.
Is there a motion? Is there a motion to table or a motion to withdraw?
The maker of the resolution made a motion. Let's see. Delegate Julie Roberts Hyslop, can you clarify your motion, please?
The motion is to table the discussion. Table the motion on the discussion.
Okay, there's a motion to table the discussion on the motion. Is there a second? Seconded by Chief Lois. We're under discussion.
There's no discussion on a tabling
No
motion.
discussion? Okay. So all those in favor? Okay, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. All those not in favor, nay. Motion carries. Oh, one nay. Motion carries. That was majority? Okay. So before we move forward with this discussion, we're going to ask for a blessing of the food and a break for lunch, if the body is okay with that. Okay. Silence is consent. Do I have a volunteer to do the blessing? Past President Guinness, would you like to do the blessing?
Thank you. Thank you, Heavenly Father, for today. We thank you, Lord God, for all of your blessings. We pray for our leadership. We pray that they make the right decisions in their gathering. There's very important issues that affect our people. And I just pray that you guide us in our words and in our thoughts. And Heavenly Father, we pray for our families back home. We pray that you watch over them and protect them from any harm. And we pray for our elders. Continue to bless them with good health We also pray for our young people that they choose the right direction for their lives. I ask your blessings on this food. I ask for a good day today. Masit choke epadat norisha. Yasha chati no inazat inli. Amen.
Okay, we'll go ahead and break for 30 minutes unless the chiefs and presidents would like a longer break. .30 it is. We will reconvene at 12:30. We'll get started in about 2 minutes. Go ahead and get started in about another minute. That was some yummy lunch. I just want to give kudos to the staff of Tanana Chiefs for doing the logistics of our meeting today. Yes, good job. And I also want to recognize our elders over there at the Dinakanaga table. Our first chief and second chief. Masi. And thank you to all of you chiefs and presidents for making your way in. I know the weather wasn't the best when coming into Fairbanks. Some of our chiefs and presidents are also online. We're going to go ahead and get started. Let's give it another minute. So while everybody's getting seated, I understand that there was a org chart that was shared before we got started. And just for clarification, we're going to bring up on the screen the actual org chart for Tanana Chiefs Conference. So the org chart that you received earlier this morning is not the correct org chart. If you can disregard that org chart, the org chart that you see in front of you is the correct org chart. I'm not sure where that org chart came from, but the current org chart is right in front of you, starting with the full board tribal councils. That's the chiefs here and presidents, followed by the executive board. Below that is the executive board secretary. And heading everything is the chief chairman, Brian Ridley. Next to him is the executive secretary. Below that is the executive director of communications, corporate compliance and risk officer. I was going to say officer. General counsel, chief human resources officer, chief financial officer, executive director of health services, executive director of tribal client services, chief learning and development officer, chief information officer. That's your executive management team. Now that we have all the chiefs and presidents back in the room, so to clarify, earlier there was a motion to table the discussion on the resolution. For the maker of the motion, is there any other business? Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice President Sharon. I'd like to, as a maker of the resolutions that's before us, I'd like to ask that the motion, the current motion for the resolution be tabled.
Thank you, Chief Julie Roberts Hyslop. There's a motion to table the resolution. Is there a second? Seconded by Chief Lori. All those in favor of the motion signify by raising your hand. Are you tracking the online ones as well? Okay. For clarification, does staff need to count? Okay. One more time. All those in favor of the motion signify by raising your hand. Got it? Okay. All those not in favor of the motion signify by raising your hand. Okay. Got it? Motion passes. Thank you, Chief Julie Roberts Hyslop. Do you have something else?
Yes, I'd like to make another motion. And that's make a motion to amend the agenda to add a new business item, and that would be to discuss the organizational structure of TCC. So this is where we would discuss the person that would run the day-to-day management of the company.
Okay, there's a motion to amend the agenda to add a new business item of organizational governance. Is there a second on this motion? It's been seconded by President Daisy Northway. Because this is an amendment to our agenda, it will require 2/3 vote to pass. All those in favor of the motion signify by raising your hand. Got it? One more time, all those in favor of the motion to amend the agenda to add a new business item of organizational governance signify by raising your hand. For clarification, is there any online votes? Did you get that? There's one online vote. For those not in favor of the, are you ready to move forward? For all those not in favor of the motion to amend the agenda, signify by raising your hand. One online vote? One online vote. Motion fails. Okay. We're back to our original parliamentarian. Can you clarify where we're at now?
Sharon,
Yes.
could we have a discussion on what the intent of the agenda item to add would mean
Oh, yes. Sorry about that.
before we take a vote on it?
Oh, you already voted, but it failed.
I'm not too sure if everybody was understanding what the intent of adding to the agenda.
Thank you, Chief Julie Roberts Hyslop. The motion, there was a motion on the floor and it was seconded. However, the body chose not to add the agenda item.
That was an illegal vote because you didn't ask for discussion.
Thank you for that clarification, Chief Julie Roberts Hyslop. There was no discussion item on the item. The motion fails. We'll go ahead and address your current motion on the floor, which is a motion to amend the agenda to add a new business item of organizational governance. So we'll do you want to do discussion first? Okay, now the floor is open for discussion. Go ahead, Chief Julie Roberts Hyslop.
You know, any kind of changes that we make to the company is going to be important. And as I explained earlier this morning about our tribes and how we govern our everyday business of our tribes. We have, like I said, we have our chief, and we look to our chief for guidance. We look to our chief for decisions. We look to our chief for pretty much everything, every single day. And then we also have the people who are in our office running our day-to-day business affairs. They're the ones who our tribal members come to every day, asking for whatever they need every day. And our staff brings to us, as the elected officials, what their needs are. And so we have, most tribes have their TFYSs, TFYS who runs, the office daily. And then we have, our council meetings on a regular basis to where we have decisions made, our policies made. And those is where we make sure that we're doing what our tribes want us to do every day. So you look at Tanana Chiefs Conference right now, you have your elected chief chairman, and then you have your staff underneath them with the executive board. And so looking at, the structure of TCC, you have one person at the top. Well, first of all, you have all the tribes, who put that person in charge. We elect them every 3 years. And then we have, the chief chairman directing the staff daily. But you look at a lot of times to where, because of everything that's happening out there in the world, in the United States, we have to have people that are going out there representing us at NCAI, at everywhere that we need to have our voices heard. And yet we have our staff back at home who are doing their job on a daily basis. And when somebody like from the VPSO program, I'll use that as an example, needs something immediately, they go up to the acting person in charge and bring up their concerns. And then they have to wait perhaps for the chief chairman to come back and help them make a decision. It could be something simple or it could be something complicated, but yet, there's needs on a daily basis that our staff at TCC is requesting of the person that's running the day-to-day business. And a lot of times, I'll use an example like in Tanana. Our chief is Lois Huntington, and she's always available. But yet we have an executive director who runs our company on a daily basis, making sure that our goals are being met on a daily basis. And so I think it's really important that we have the executive board come up with a job description and help hire the second person in command to run the company on a day-to-day basis. And that's kind of where the request to have this item added to the agenda today. If not today, then perhaps in March. Maybe we're not ready today to discuss this particular item, but it's going to have to come up sometime about that particular weakness that we have in our company right now. And that's, the person that is going to manage the company day to day. And so that's the request from the resolution, from the motion, is to kind of discuss a little bit about what are we going to do now that I withdrew 2022? What's going to happen? Are we going to just status quo and move forward without discussing the management of our day-to-day company? That's all I have, Sharon. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Julie Roberts Hyslop. Is there any other discussion on the motion from the floor or online?
Hi, this is Rhonda. Are we going into caucus with our subregions anytime soon?
If you motion to caucus, yes, you can go into caucus. There is one more person who would like to speak if you're going to make that motion, Chief Rhonda.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll let them speak and then I'll make a motion to go into caucus.
Thank you, Chief Rhonda. Go ahead, past President Steve Guinness.
Thank you. You know, I want to thank Julie for bringing this forward. And I've always had a lot of respect for her, for the leadership she's provided within this organization for many years and continues to do so. What she's trying to address here is a structural issue. And if you think about it, her proposed motion is to address that issue of hiring what I would call a right-hand person that the president and the chief of this organization can rely on when they're out traveling, so on and so on. And I think that's one of the weaknesses in the structure that she's trying to address here. And I think it's a very important position that really needs to be considered as far as the structure of the organization is concerned. And so as you move forward, recognize that, of course, there's other people that the president can turn to, as he currently does today. But we've always had that position there. And as a former president of the organization, that's somebody that I relied on, that's somebody that I trusted. And so when I came back from travel, I would meet with that person and have a discussion about what has been going on within the organization, whether it's budgets, personnel, programs, whatever the issue may be. And once I'm informed of that, then I take whatever action I needed to take to address the problem. And so I think it's a vital consideration for all of the delegates to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, past President Steve Guinness. To let the body know what's currently under discussion, there was a motion to amend the agenda to add a new business item of organizational governance. We're currently under discussion of this motion, and we have somebody else we're going to recognize online. Chief Pitka, go ahead.
I'd like to make a motion to go into caucus right now.
There is a motion to go into caucus. Is there a second? Chief Karma made a second. So that doesn't require it. So you're going into, okay, you're going into caucus and go ahead, Chief.
Since the first motion died, and I think it would be really a good cause to give some kind of a direction of what kind of structure that you would like to see as e-board. One of the things that we have done when we were on deficit of TCC, I just walked into that. But one of the things, and historically, that was done by previous presidents, and we used to have a coordinator for the subregions. That was done away with. There's a big need for communication as growth happens. Communication is a key for success. And that's one of the things maybe some sub-regions would like to consider reactivate the coordinator position for the sub-region. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. So the body made a motion to go into caucus. The body can now go into caucus. It doesn't require a vote because there's a main motion on the floor. The body can go into caucus, and I'll remind everyone. So the caucus rooms, friendly reminder, Upper Tanana is in the Mento room. Upper Kuskokwim is in the Rampart room. Yukon Flats is in the Yukon room. Lower Yukon is in the Harper room. Yukon Kaikuk is in the Gold room. Yukon Tanana is in the Gold room. So if Yukon Tanana can go to that side and Yukon Kaikuk can go over here, IT has a way to connect anyone that's online. I understand Chief Green is online. I'll repeat that. Upper Tanana, Mento room, Upper Kuskokwim, Rampart room, and we're caucusing for 15 minutes. Is that enough time? Fifteen-minute caucus. Upper Tanana, Mento room, Upper Kuskokwim, Rampart room, Yukon Flats, Yukon room, Lower Yukon, Harper room, Yukon Kaikuk, Gold room over here, Yukon Tanana, Gold room. If you can meet over here, please. Yukon Kaikuk, you're currently in the Gold room. You're in the Gold room. So you could just meet together right there. Yep, you're in the Gold room. And then Yukon Tanana is over here. IT or someone from TCC staff, if you can please provide a copy of the org chart to each caucus room, a copy of the org chart to each caucus. And also for IT, if you can pull up the org chart on the screen, that would be helpful. Jerry, we need a copy of the org chart for each caucus room, please. So if you can screenshot this here if you're having a hard time finding it, and then, oh, okay. Is everyone online in your caucus room?
Rhonda, can you hear me?
Okay. You want to hold?
Okay, I'll hold it.
And I'm going to go move them
into the break. Side.
Okay. Okay, Julie, I'll hold this while you do what you need to do. Oh, he's gonna connect them real quick. But if you don't mind, just go ahead.
Manny, you're our elderly versus now.
Oh, you're old.
Young woman. He said he was gonna do something. He had to go to another room.
Oh, yeah, right there. Did he say yes? Join the room, breakout room.
You hear us in there?
Echo.
Echo. Another minute and we'll get started.
Yeah. It's on the motion to discuss structure changes.
So while everybody's getting seated, just for clarification, we're currently under discussion on the motion to amend the agenda to add a new business item of organizational governance. We'll get started in another minute or two while everybody's getting seated. Okay, I was just walking around today. Yeah, it's all good. Hi, Harding. Hi, Harding. Hi, Lori. Hi, Julie. Julie Biddle. Hi, Chief Robert Walker. Hi, Chief Mike. Hi, Cora. Are we missing anyone? Would the body like to get started? Okay. Chief Lalnitz says, let's go. Okay. For clarification, we're currently under discussion of the motion. The motion is to amend the agenda to add a new business item of organizational governance. Is there anyone that would like to be recognized on the motion? Go ahead, Chief Ridley.
So with all due respect, being in this position, I've been trying to stay out of a lot of the conversations as much as I can. But under the current structure, during the lunch break, I checked with the staff that I rely on to fill in for me as acting president, and they said it's really minimal what we have to do to fill in for you as acting president. For example, right now, I'm home for a month. Going into convention, I was here, I think, almost 3 months. So that to this, my concern is, are we getting more and more into the day-to-day operations of the organization? And I don't want to feel hamstrung or handcuffed, me or any of the next presidents that come down the line. It should be up to the president to determine what they think they need to run the organization. And so while I have the education and business and all that stuff, and right now I don't feel like I need that, the next president, if they don't have that experience, they might feel like they need a CAO, and by all means, they should be able to do that. And so that's my only concern here. Out of respect to all of you, I want to be as respectful as I can here, but I don't want to feel like I'm forced to add a position that we don't really need, increasing admin, increasing overhead and cost. So I just wanted to say my 2 cents. I maybe should have said it before the caucus, so I apologize, but I just wanted to put that out there. Now, if the group feels like they want to take action to still do it, then I would say I'll work with the e-board. If in e-board meetings, the e-board tells me you need this position, I'll work with them and try to work through it. But as it stands right now, I and my staff just don't feel like we need to be adding another layer of administrative overhead and cost that we could be spending on the tribes, on projects, on, any number of things. I would rather spend the money on the different projects we've got going on with broadband and infrastructure and all that stuff to try to make sure we maximize the money going out to the villages is what I would rather do. So I'll try to stay out of the conversation as much as I can, but I just wanted to give my 2 cents there. That, I don't want to feel forced into adding a position that I don't feel like we need. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Ridley. Is there anyone else in the body that would like to be recognized to speak on the motion? Someone online? Rob?
No.
Oh. They hit the button by accident. Before we go to the floor, is there anyone online that would like to be recognized on the motion up for discussion?
Sharon, can you hear me? This is Loudon, Charlie Chief Green.
Yes, go ahead, Chief Charlie.
Okay, in our caucus, we had talked about this reorganization, or this position, and our stance is just, we're so close to voting for a new president, only 4 months. We just feel it should be kept as is, and like Chief Ridley talked about, I think this needs to be, further in discussion with our e-board and the rest of our 42 tribes. I don't think we have enough time here to, so thank you.
Thank you, Chief Charlie Green. Is there anyone else online that would like to be recognized? If not, we'll go to the floor. Is there anyone in the body in the room that would like to be recognized? We're currently under discussion. If you're done with discussion, do I hear a call for question? Question's been called? Okay, to clarify, the motion is to amend the agenda to add a new business item of organizational governance. All those in favor of the motion signify by raising your hand, and those online signify by raising your hand digitally with the yellow hand. Got that? All those not in favor of amending the agenda to add a new business item of organizational governance signify by raising your hand. All those not in favor of adding the item to the agenda, raise your hand if you're not in favor.
This is Loudon. We're not in favor.
Got that? Motion fails. That concludes the discussion on the resolution. Thank you. We'll hand the mic back over to Chief Ridley.
Thank you, Sharon. So now we're at, let's see, 4:30 on the agenda. Is it 4:30? Close enough. Indian time. Okay, so resolution last March 2022-20 was a resolution on the salary cap and bonus policy for the TCC executive management team. Now, hopefully you've seen it, and I'm going to go through kind of the Cliff Note version, but in the resolution book that we send out to the tribes, and I don't know if people have the resolution book or not, but I gave a full report in there on everything we do at TCC and setting wages and things like that. So I'll give you the Cliff Note version, but by all means, if you haven't seen any of the resolution updates, we did one in July and one in October. What that book says is that after the March meeting, I met with the e-board in April. So I think it was 3-4 weeks later. And this was referred to the e-board. So we went through discussion. And in that discussion, we covered that TCC uses outside market rate studies to determine salaries for all the positions at TCC, but especially the executive management positions, to try to make sure that that we're competitive. Now, in regards to that, we're very conservative, like I've said before. While we're, I believe, roughly the third largest nonprofit Native entity in the state of Alaska out of about 18 or 19 entities, we're usually somewhere in the range of 6 to 10th, 8 to 10th in pay. So more in the 50% range, mid-range, as opposed to, I think we're in the top 15% of companies across the state. That being said, one of the parts of that resolution asked about salary caps. All of our EMT positions have caps. It's not a free-for-all. I can't just name unlimited amounts of salaries. That's not what happens at TCC. So there are caps already in place. And as we went through this with the e-board and covered a lot of Q&A, in the end, the e-board found that the compensation structure for TCC is appropriate and determined no changes or further action was required. So per the resolution, it was referred to the e-board and asked that we report back at this fall special convention. And so that's what I'm doing here today for you guys. I think more than anything, as the resolution came up last March, I think a lot of times our people don't understand or realize, and maybe we could do a better job sharing with you guys how we operate, how we set these things. And so we'll try to do better at that in the years ahead to make sure that you guys are kept up to speed on how we do those kinds of things. So with that, are there any questions on that? It was referred to the e-board, and long story short, the e-board was happy with how the structure is set up, how we set wages, and we were good there. If there's no questions, are there any questions online? No hands up or anything? Okay. I apologize. I usually carry my phone with me, but I left it over there, so I'm not even sure what time it is. But basically, I think that's it for the day. And we can get to the recess. But before we do that, I want to have an announcement here that reminding everyone that our Government and Justice Division is hosting a public safety dinner tonight at 5:30 at the Chief David Salmon Tribal Hall. So please join us if you're able to. There'll be a shuttle between the Westmark and the Tribal Hall. And as I understand it, a lot of people really appreciated last spring the public safety summit that went on, and they asked for us to have a follow-up to that. And that's what this dinner is tonight. I'm not sure what's on the dinner menu. It seemed like one of the dinners this week, they said prime rib. Is prime rib tonight, Amber? No prime rib? Oh, that's tomorrow night. So prime rib tomorrow night. What's on the menu tonight? Can we entice them to come join? Pike's Catering. So Pike's will be there catering dinner for any of you that want to join us at the tribal hall. And there's free t-shirts in the lobby. So everyone likes free t-shirts. I joked when we were at NCI, they were giving out, get out the native vote. And I said, oh, good. Now we don't have to do laundry. Ooh. And health was asking real quick, if you can raise your hand, if you plan to get a booster shot or flu shot tomorrow, just so we can get an idea of kind of what the demand is. I'm counting maybe 15, 20. Okay, thank you. Motion to recess by Pat. And second by George. All approve? Say aye. Okay, thank you. Whew.